If anybody is not speaking, I would appreciate it if you would put your microphones on mute so that we don't have any feedback. And,
Alice, is yours on mute? Alice, are you on mute? I think yours is it not yours?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know whose it is.
Are you on?
Okay, well, I will be calling the Community Services and Public Safety Committee meeting today, Monday, August 9th at 2 o'clock to order. I would like to welcome all of you here and tell you that on this committee, serving with me is Logan Cunningham, Gerald Dawson, York Glover, and Alice Howard. I'd like to welcome them as well to the meeting, and to all the staff members who have joined us. So I will call this meeting to order and ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United
States of America,
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Could you mute that council chamber button again for me before we begin? Thank you very much. Okay, this meeting has had a public notification.
I'm not even
Published, posted, and distributed in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. I'd like to have a motion for item number 4 to approve the agenda for today, please.
I'm on mute.
So move.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I need a second.
Second.
Someone give me a second. Sorry?
This is Mark, I'll second.
Thank you very much. I will move this along without objection. Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Item number 5 is the approval of the minutes from June 7th, 2021. May I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll
So
make a
moved.
motion to approve the minutes.
Alice, are you making that?
Yes.
Okay, Alice has made the motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, we'll move this along without objection. So the minutes from June 7th have been approved. Item number 6 are citizen comments. Sarah, do we have any citizen comments online or in the room?
No, sir, we don't.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I'll close out item number 6. Before we move into the agenda items, since this is a meeting of Community Services and the Public Safety Committee, I'm going to lead into the agenda items with a statement and some comments. At least 513,947 people have tested positive for the coronavirus, and 8,755 have died in South Carolina since March of 2020. South Carolina Department of Health and Education and Environmental Control on Wednesday reported 1,391 new cases. That's 260 more than were reported the previous day. The state also recorded 13 new coronavirus-related deaths. At least 729 people in the state were hospitalized with the coronavirus as of last Monday, with 196 patients in the ICU. As of last Wednesday, 20% of COVID-19 tests were reported positive. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say 5% or lower means there's a low level of community spread. At the moment, roughly 45% of South Carolina residents are fully vaccinated against the coronavirus, and about 52% have received at least one dose. That's a pretty low number. Just a few weeks ago, Beaufort Memorial Hospital didn't have a single COVID-19 patient, and times have changed and their numbers are completely different. Now we're sitting at about 25 hospitalized COVID-19 patients. As you can imagine, that's a sharp increase from what we were averaging really about 4 weeks ago, which was about 2 to 0, said Russell Baxley, President and CEO of Beaufort Memorial Hospital. actually says that one thing all of these patients have in common is none of them, not one of them, has been vaccinated. It appears to me that vaccine is the best weapon we have against this virus. And I would urge anyone who is listening to ask those you know who are resisting vaccine to reconsider for their own good and for the collective good of the public health. Thank you very much for that opportunity to say that. Go back to the agenda. First agenda item is item number 7. Colonel Foote, are you prepared to do that? Oh, Audrey, you're going to be doing that, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, that's Community Services Grant Update. Take it away.
Yes, sir, a very brief update regarding the Community Services Grant. Brief. The deadline for the applications was July 30th. Staff received 38 applications, several of which were new organizations. Staff started reviewing the applications on Monday, August 3rd. So we are moving forward with that.
The schedule for these normally is after the review that goes to the committee that's been established. They normally come out with a list of the grants that have been approved sometime in the fall. Isn't it normally October or November? Is that right?
Yes, sir, first part of October.
Okay, so we'll have all of this ready for this committee and for the full council in the October-November timeframe. Okay.
Yes, end of
Anybody have
October.
any questions for Audrey with regard to the collection of those grant submissions? Okay, I understand that Eric Greenaway is going to make that information available to us at the full council meeting at the end of the month, just to give us the summary of the same update that you provided. Isn't that right? That's correct.
Yes, sir, I will provide him with that.
Okay. Okay, I think I've spoken to him about that, and he's agreed to put that in his administrator's report. Any further comments for item number 7? No, hearing none, we can move to item number 8. It's for the detention center contract for food service. Colonel Foote.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council and Chairman. This is being brought forward by itself as not as a renewal, but as a new contract. The food service contract at the detention center has expired, and after 5 years, we have to put it back out for an RFP, which was done. We had approximately 3 companies total that submitted bids. A committee was put together. They chose down to 2. They had another meeting and presentation with the last 2 contractors. One was Summit Food and the other was Trinity Services. And out of that, they have selected Trinity Services Group to provide our food service at the detention center.
Okay, 2 questions that I have, Phil. Where is
Yes, sir.
Trinity Services located? Phil, do you know where Trinity Services is located? Is that a local vendor?
No, they're not local vendors. All 3 of these vendors are large corporations that are typically out of other states.
Okay. What's
The
the
one that
amount?
we've had the incumbent is Summit Food, and Summit Food was out of Louisiana.
Okay. What is the amount of the contract?
This is one of those that will be an estimated contract only because we pay per meal. And so it depends on the amount of inmates that we take in a year. The estimated amount of the contract will be anywhere from about $225,000 to about $350,000 for the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further, Phil?
Just so that you understand the complexity of the food service at the detention center, just real quickly, these food service vendors are typically, they handle correctional facilities. They provide a certified dietitian to make sure that the everyday calories that are required are made sure that they're within the meals and within the meal preparations, so that we get the right amount of calories for juveniles, the right amount of calories for an adult male and adult females. So they also provide menus for medical, and they also provide menus for religious diets. One of our largest religious diets are when we have Ramadan. So we have to have those meals prepared properly. Also, so that you know that we do not provide any pork-related items inside the detention center. And they also, like I said, work closely with our medical department because we have a lot of medical requirements for a lot of inmates that come through.
Okay. Have you ever used Trinity in the past, Phil?
Only for our commissary, which is something separate than doing the food service.
Okay. Any questions for Phil Foote with regard to the contract for food service at the detention center?
And Chairman, this will have to go forward to full council because of the dollar amount of the contract.
Right. Mr. Passman, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Phil, are there any reimbursements from the state or the federal government under these programs of supplying food to inmates?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I need a motion to move this to full council, or can we just assume it's going forward because of the amount?
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we move it to council, and do have a question for Mr. Foote, if I can get a second.
Sure, of course.
I will be glad to second that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr.
Glover, you
Foote.
have a question?
Yeah, this, what was different or what was unique about Trinity that Summit didn't offer? Was there something special about them? It was pretty close the first time around, and then the second time they sort of stood out as the company. So what was sort of unique about them that that Summit didn't offer?
Councilman Glover, when they went through the RFP process, obviously, when you're the encumbered, sometimes that can either be very good for you or it can hurt you. And so we've been with Summit for a very long time, but I think that there was some dissatisfaction with the service, and along with Trinity providing it doesn't look like a lot, but a few cents less per meal. I think all that kind of drove everything to go towards Trinity.
And the reference of Trinity, they had a good reputation. Is that also a part of this as well as?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, with these large corporations like Trinity and Summit, who are primarily food service vendors for correctional facilities, lots of times it just all depends on who you call as whether you like them or not like them. So it's tough, but when you go and talk with your peers, you can usually get a pretty good gauge of who's doing a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments, observations, or questions for Mr. Foote? This has been motioned and seconded. I'd like to move it along without objections. Does anyone object to moving this to full council? Seeing no objections, this matter passes and will go to full council at the end of August. Thank you, Colonel Foote. Are you going? You indicated earlier to me that you were going to take item number 9 because Dave Thomas was absent. Would you handle that for me, please?
Yes, sir, I will. purchasing department and contracting has put together a spreadsheet of 6 contracts that are up for renewal that we will be renewing from various departments. And if you'd like, I can go through those for you real quickly. One thing I'd like to do is I'd like to separate out 4D and 6F because those 2 renewals are under 100,000 and the committee can approve those by themselves.
Okay.
Contract 1A is Hilton Head Humane Association. They are providing the services out at the animal services for spay and neuter clinics, adoptions, and our administrative services out there. It is a fixed contract for $505,000. 2B is Medico. Medico Incorporated is our healthcare provider for the detention center. They will be providing services and the contract amount will be $1,550,000. Number 3 is AL Transportation. AL Transportation provides daily transportation for DSN and their clients. And this contract is $358,140. 4D is Stryker. Stryker is a company that makes our monitors and provides maintenance to those monitors for EMS cardiac monitors. This contract is a maintenance contract and it'll be $61,452 for the year. 5E is our pesticides. This is what we use when the aerial missions go on with our OB-10. This is our adulticiding, and the contract for this year to provide the insecticide will be with Clark Mosquito Control Products out of Illinois for a contract price of $218,427.66. 6F is election systems and software. This is a maintenance contract for voters registration for their voting system, and it is mandated. And the cost for the year will be $83,810. And like I said, Chairman, I would like to pull 4D and 6F to be first, and you could go through those and we can get those approved at committee level.
Okay, so I'll look for a motion to approve 4D and 6F, and after the motion and second, we'll open it for discussion if there is any. I have a motion to approve the 4D.
Move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I have a second.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion or questions or comments for Phil Foote on Stryker and the election systems maintenance program? Hearing none, I would move this along without objection. Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, the motion to carry 4D and 6F for approval has been carried, which now leaves us, what's the number you have for Hilton Head Humane, Phil?
The number for the contract 1A.
Yeah, 1A is it? Okay. So we
1A.
have left, we have 1A, which is Hilton Head Humane, 2B, which is Medico, 3, which is the AL Transport with DSN, and then 5E, which is the pesticides for our aerial missions. May I have a motion to approve those to go forward to full council for consideration?
So move, Mr. Chairman. I'll second it.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion, questions, or comments for Mr. Foote on any of the remaining items, 1A, 2B, 3, and 5E?
Mr. Chairman, I had a question regarding the transportation for DSN. Seemed like quite an increase. Is that any explanation of that, or are there other contractors that bid on it, or are they the only source?
Councilman Howard, I'll see if somebody from DSN is on the line here.
Yes, Mr. Foote, this is Beth Cody. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi. The contract was fully bid out in April of 2020. This is our second year of the contract. It is an increase in the second year, mostly due to COVID costs for the company. But it was fully bid out for a 5-year contract with renewals.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on 1A, 2B, 3, or 5E? Would like to move these forward to council for their review and consideration without objection. Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion to move this to full council at the end of August has carried. Thank you very much. The next item is item number 10, a text amendment to the Code of Ordinances for Chapter 42, Article 2, Division 3, the Sheldon Fire District.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. This item comes forward for the sole purpose of clarification of Section 42-81. The Sheldon Fire District currently provides fire service to those portions of the town of Yemassee that are in Beaufort County. However, the current ordinance provides that the Sheldon Fire District provides service for everything north of the Whale Branch and Cumbie River, except those areas located within the town limits of Yemassee. So the language that appears here at the very last phrase in that first sentence of Section 42-81 would now read, including those areas within the town limits of Yemassee, which are located in Beaufort County.
Any questions, Mr. Keaveney, on that? Okay, may I have a motion to...
So I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Your second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Are there any objections to that text amendment change to the Code of Ordinances? Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I might say, our Sheldon Fire District provides services to these areas that Yemassee continue annexing into the town. And as long as they continue to annex, we'll be faced with a situation of them annexing properties that they really can't provide services for, particularly fire services. So it's important that we make this change to our ordinance to ensure that as we provide the services to these areas, that we are compensated for it, and we also get the tax base of some of these properties. So, good move.
Could you expound a little further on compensation for that, Mr. Dawson? Are they going to, the town of Yemassee is going to compensate the county for providing the Sheldon Fire Service?
Yes.
And is that part of the text amendment to the Code of Ordinances?
Well, I'd have to have staff refer to that. Tom, can you address that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had to come back up to the podium, sir. It is not in the Code of Ordinances, but it's my understanding that the town of Yemassee does compensate Beaufort County for the services that they receive.
So on an incident basis, Mr. Keaveney, we send them a bill and they compensate us? Does anyone know the answer to that?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not sure. Chief Jones, I understand, is on the line. He indicated he would be, but I don't see him up.
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. We'll be getting our tax base and impact fees from these areas.
I'm sorry.
It's already. So our tax millage is being charged in these areas.
Okay. And that has been true these intervening years since the service was started and before we've updated the ordinance. Is that right, Chief Jones?
No, we've been protecting that for 20 years, but now we're finally starting to get our tax base for it. Okay. This last tax notices.
So that's the form of compensation through the millage?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That comport with your understanding, Mr. Dawson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We're good with it.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, I would like to move this motion forward without objection for the text amendment to the Code of Ordinances for Chapter 42, Article 2, Division 3, the Sheldon Fire District. Do I have any objections? Hearing no objections, this text amendment is approved. Next item is number 11, and that would be a discussion on the board and commission vacancies for the departments that Community Services and Public Safety have responsibility for. Sarah, are you going to make that?
Hold on one second. I'm sharing my screen.
I will do it if it's okay with you, Mr. McKellen. You of the three boards that fall underneath Community Service Public Safety Committee, you have vacancies on the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Board. There's one vacancy. It's a county-wide. There's 4 active applications and resumes on file. Bluffton Township Fire District, there's 1 vacancy. District 5, Councilmember Flewellen's district, there's 6 active applications and resumes, but none of those are constituents of District 5. All are from District 6, 7, or 8, but I do believe that you all recently adopted an ordinance that would allow one of those to be presented upon permission from the council member from those districts, and also the council member that needs to fill the seat. And then the library board is 1 vacancy, District 9, Councilmember Lawson. There's 2 active applications and resumes, but none are constituents of District 9. Those applications are from District 6 and 1. So.
Okay, so the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Board is countywide, so we can get a nomination from any of the districts.
That's correct.
With regard to District 5 and District 9 for the Library Board, how do we move it along to ensure that the permission is granted from 5 and 9 for other districts to have representation instead of the people from District 5 and District 9? How does that process work, Mr. Greenway?
I would think that what you would want to do is have the council member from those districts review those applications and resumes, and then speak with the other council member from those districts where those application resumes reside to seek their input, and then just go through the regular appointment process after those 2 council members have had a chance to discuss the situation and get the consent necessary as provided in the ordinance, if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, you'll have to be looking, they'll need to look for people within their district.
Yeah, I understand that. So this conversation should be initiated by the council members from District 5 and 9 to find out who the applicants are, and if it suits their needs for them to agree, let someone from a different district appear. Will we be covering this at the full council meeting in August?
You will be. It'll include all the committees, yes, or not just community services.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further comment or observations, questions about the boards and commission vacancies under the Community Services and Public Safety Department?
Just one comment. I'm not too sure what I heard of that. There is no applicant for the alcohol and drug abuse.
There was one, but underneath the new process that y'all agreed to at the retreat this year, you're now getting the input from the administrators to each of these boards and commissions, as well as the chairs, and the applicant that we had on file was not approved by that process. So we had 1 on file, and that, I'm happy to email you that. It's not something that I want to state as to why that person wasn't approved.
So is it my understanding that, following up that question, that it's on the director of the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Department to start a search for a further member, or is it up to the members of council to reach out within the districts that we have to see if there's any interest? How do we advertise that position, Sarah?
Well, each individual board or commission, I mean, they kind of do things differently, but I will say Steve Donaldson is one of our most active board and commission liaisons. He is constantly posting it on his personal social media sites, as well as getting the county to advertise it. So we have heavily advertised for this position and received 1 applicant. At this point, they asked council, this is why this is being brought to you, for y'all's help in trying to vet and find someone that you think would be good in this spot. And that's usually how most of them are as well. We will take the liberty to advertise it ourselves once a month, but he's been very vocal and he's advertised it a lot more than that to try to get this seat filled.
So then these vacancies and other vacancies that currently exist will all be a matter of some discussion at the council meeting at the end of August. Is that right?
And yes, sir, how we present them is y'all present them during your liaison and committee reports. So you and I can talk before that, and that'll be something that you speak to where you discuss the vacancies that fall underneath your committee and the needs that are there.
Oh, okay. So then it would fall on the committee chair to broadcast the vacancy in these three areas and to have the District 5 and 9 representatives initiate action with their cohorts where the applications were filed to start a conversation to get those things filled. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that works. Good. Thank you. Anything further on boards and commission vacancies from anyone? Okay, I don't think there's anything we need to do to follow up on that because this will be a presentation that I'll make at the final meeting, at the council meeting at the end of August. Okay, thank you. Is there anything further that the Community Services and Public Safety needs to address today in the opinion of anyone who's attending this meeting?
Nothing further, sir.
Thank you, Phil. Audrey, do you have anything further?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. All right. We don't have any further citizen comments, do we, Sarah?
No, sir, we don't.
Okay. Well, then, I will happily adjourn this meeting and turn the televisions over to Ms. Howard so she can begin her Natural Resource Committee meeting.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you very much. We need a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all for your attention and attendance today. Appreciate it.
Natural Resource Committee to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, please have a seat. Public notification of this meeting has been published, posted, and distributed in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. Are we in compliance with that, Ms. Brock? Okay. I'd like to have a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
All right, without objection, the agenda is approved. We have minutes from June 7th. I'd like to have a motion for approval of those minutes.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, they've been seconded by Councilman Rodman, and a motion made by Councilman Somerville. Any objection? Will the minutes of June 7th stand approved? Now, at this time, we're going to have citizens' comments. I'd like to read the statement regarding citizens' comments just as a reminder to everyone. Every member of the public who is recognized to speak shall limit comments to 3 minutes and observe the following protocol. Address the chairman, and in speaking, avoiding disrespect to council and any personalities, confine themselves to questions under the jurisdiction of council. Be mindful and respectful of those who are present and others who may be watching on television. The first person that signed up is Jean Beek. Please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Jean Beck. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Hilton Head Area Realtors. And with me today is my counterpart, Janet Gresham, who is with the Beaufort Jasper County Realtors. Together, we represent over 1,900 realtors that service Beaufort County. We're here today in opposition of the Community Resilience Overlay District before you today. We carefully want you to understand that there is, through the process of a transaction in real estate, the disclosure of flood insurance is brought many times throughout the process. I'm sure you must realize that many people start their search right on the internet, maybe looking at Realtor.com. And just this past year, Realtor.com has partnered with First Street Foundation Flood Factor and displays the flood risk through the flood factor data at their site that they have not done before. This is the first they have done that. Also through a transaction, a person has the time where they look at the seller's disclosure, where it's disclosed. It's also disclosed in the contract. It's also disclosed on the multiple listing service. It's also disclosed when a person goes to purchase insurance, where they're speaking to an insurance agent and they're learning about the risk to which they are purchasing. Your disclosure also states that you're concerned where someone's making a 30-year investment. According to the National Association of Realtors' recent study, the average person lives in their house for 10 years. So likely they're not making a 30-year investment, but maybe closer to an 8 to a 10-year investment. We also want to bring to your attention our concern with the responsibility of the seller to advise a buyer of the availability of flood insurance. We do not believe that's in the best interest of the seller to have to do that because it's up to the individual person to do their due diligence in purchasing the property. We also have concerns regarding the clarity as to who is responsible for ensuring the compliance with the CRO disclosure requirement. As you know, the South Carolina seller's disclosure is a requirement through South Carolina state law, where our licensees are taught this particular process, as well as the South Carolina Real Estate Commission, who has the authority to come down and assure that its enforcement. For these reasons, we believe that the the disclosure that you have is redundant and is not necessary in the transaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Andy Twisdale.
Good afternoon, Andy Twisdale, and I've been a practicing realtor for 29 years on Hilton Head. And the issue of flood insurance is something that's on top of most people's minds. I would restate what Gina said, that it's disclosed, and seller disclosure is part of the contract. is part of now national websites for every property to be disclosed. This overlay district declaration, which would be required to be signed, is they said at the closing, which I think would be way too late, but all of these topics are covered now by both the buyer and buyer's agent and the insurance companies handling the property. So we feel like that we don't need to do redundant steps on declaring whether we live in a property that might be in a flood zone. As we tell people, it's called the low country for a reason. And so we feel like this is something that we do not need to add to the burden of a real estate transaction. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker. If you'll state your name and who you're with, please.
Thank you. My name is Jessie White, and I'm with the Coastal Conservation League, here representing our over 3,000 members who reside and enjoy the Low Country here. And we're speaking in support of both the Coastal Resilience Overlay Ordinance and the Fill Ordinance that are before you today. The Resilience Overlay provides a clear, rational, science-based disclosure that simply informs people and provides them with relevant information that informs their transaction. It advises them that there's a moderate risk of future flooding associated with their property that's based on its location in FEMA's Zone X shaded flood zone, which also correlates to the 500-year floodplain. As the Island Packet recently reported in a front page story, Beaufort County is at the highest risk of cumulative impacts in the country for a county. So we really can't afford to ignore this reality, and ensuring that people have this very relevant and straightforward information is the least that we can do to arm them with the ability to make a good decision for themselves and their investment. While it's true that there are other disclosures that are required, this particular disclosure covers a gap that's not currently included in the disclosures under state law. And it also is important to note that redundancy, which is something that the Community Rating Service marks as important and encourages more redundancy in the communication of flooding risks. We also support the fill ordinance, which is restricting the use of fill dirt. It's important to note that it's not prohibiting the use of fill dirt, and it's not prohibiting the use or the development of property within the 100-year floodplain. It's simply encouraging developers to use other tools within their toolbox to elevate the structures for development. And likewise, the Coastal Resilience Overlay doesn't prohibit any development. It's simply providing information and ensuring that individuals who are moving or living in this area are able to make a decision that meets their needs best. And we would ask that in order to reduce further reliance on fill, that the committee consider revising the blanket exemption for single family to exclude major subdivisions and PUDs from that exemption, and consider with the overlay extending it to include the 100-year floodplain as well as the 500-year.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment at this time? We had your 3 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And this is the only opportunity. We will not be having public comment at the end. So,
Ms. Howard, can I state one thing just in case they leave beforehand?
this is public comment. We don't make comments. No, it would be more appropriate later. Thank you. When we're discussing the ordinances or whatever they make comments on. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Janet Gresham, and I'm the CEO of the Beaufort Jasper County Association. And I want to clarify something that was just a statement that was just made. Our current South Carolina residential property disclosure does cover properties in this zone, which Zone X, the shaded Zone X. So I know in the body of the ordinance, it says that the disclosure does not cover those properties. That is not correct. Every piece of property in Beaufort County, residential property in Beaufort County, is covered by the disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we will adjourn to executive session. We have 5 items. I'm going to read these out loud. Some of the people that are part of these, you'll be called in at the appropriate time when we discuss your items. Number 7 is legal, and number 8 is legal advice relating to matters covered by attorney-client privilege. Number 9 is pursuant to South Carolina Code 30-4-70A2, discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual agreements and proposed sale or purchase of development rights on real property known as Libico Farms, PDR. Number 10 is pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual arrangements and proposed sale or purchase of development rights on real property known as Village Creekside PDR. And number 11 is discussion of negotiations incident to propose contractual arrangements and proposed sale or purchase of development rights on real property known as TMS. I'm not going to read all the numbers, but it's also known as 2019 Dale PDR. The parcel numbers are there in the agenda. Before we adjourn, I want to. You'll put the people on Zoom that are on county council and you'll take them out. But on Zoom, we have Chris Herbershon, Gerald Dawson. Is there anyone else on county council?
Joe's there.
Oh, Mark Larson. Okay.
And Joe's there. Joe Passman.
Oh, Joe. Okay, so we have 4 people that are on Zoom that will be participating as we adjourn. Okay, we're not adjourning, we're going into executive session. I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
all right, we have a motion by Councilman Somerville and a second by Councilman Rodman. Any objection? If not, we will go into executive session. And you can stay in here, the public, we're gonna go in the other room. All right.
Bang your magic trainer song.
All right, we're back in session, and there are some matters arising out of executive session. The first one, there's two arising in regard to item 7 and number 8.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion to recommend the approval to execute an amendment to the deed perpetual to easement to the August 23rd, 2021 County Council meeting for the first reading.
Do I have a second?
Second. Sorry.
Okay, discussion? Is there any discussion? Can our people on Zoom hear us? Okay. Anyone online on Zoom that would like to make any comments, discussion? All right, I think we need a roll call vote on this from what I...
You could do it without exception.
Do it without exception?
Yeah.
Okay, this is number 7.
This is number 7?
Is it 7? Is that
7 and 8.
7 and 8?
Yep.
Okay, help me out here.
No, you're doing fine. I mean, again, if you, I would do each one of these without exception, and if anyone says they're opposed to it, then you can do the roll call.
Okay, so we're gonna, he mentioned the deed, so that's number 8 actually, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, what I would recommend you do in this particular case is do like Chairman Rodman does with community facilities on these two, since they're essentially the same thing.
Okay.
If you just want to make one motion for both of them, I just deal with both of them.
All right,
Yeah.
you wanna do that, Councilman?
Yeah, that's the motion I used listed
Okay.
to us by our lawyers.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
So that's the motion directly from it, that they recommend to put both of those together.
okay, so without exception? Any exception?
I have reservation, Madam Chairman.
Okay,
So I like to register that reservation.
would you like to do a
Yes.
roll call vote?
If that's what it takes, yes, ma'am.
Let's do that.
Okay.
All right.
You want us to help you do the roll call?
Yeah, Councilman Cunningham will be the first one to vote since he made the motion.
Yes.
All right, Councilman Somerville?
Yes.
All right, Councilman Glover?
No.
All right. Councilman Herbershon? Is he on?
He may not be back yet. I'd do the rest and then come back.
All right.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself.
Oh, sorry.
You said yes.
He said yes, okay. Councilman Passament?
Yes.
Councilman Larson?
Mark
Chairman.
Lawson, yes.
Councilman Rodman? He was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Dawson?
Yes.
All right, and the chair votes no. All right, so this passes
7-2.
7-2, and it will go on to the Natural Resource Committee. All right, we have.
County Council in August.
In August, right, it will. All right, going on to the next item out of executive session. Do we have a motion to that one? This is the Lubico
Yes.
Farms PDR. Yes, Councilman Dawson?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we have the Beaufort County Rural and Critical Land and Open Land Trust do due diligence on a 115-acre piece of property known as the Lubico Farms PDR.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, a second by Councilman Glover. Without exception, this will go on to the county council in the August meeting for approval. This is just for due diligence. All right, number 10 is the Village Creek Side PDR for due diligence.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to motion that we have the Beaufort Open Land Trust and the staff do all the due diligence on the property known as Village Creek Side on St. Helena, which encompasses about 23 acres of land.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Council Somerville. Without exception, this will go on to full council in August. All right, the last one is number 11. Do I have a motion Okay, Councilman Somerville?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to send this back to staff for further negotiations with the, involving the property owners, our agent, the Open Land Trust, and the Marine Corps Air Station to discuss docks, size of ponds, towers, and size and amount of new construction. Let me repeat that. Docks, size of ponds, towers, and size and amount of new construction.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, second by Councilman Glover. All right, without exception?
Discussion.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Dawson.
Yeah, and not included in that was the access, public access, and I don't think we should move this forward without having our legal staff have the discussion with the property owners for public access.
We don't, I did not include it because we normally don't get public access on conservation easements. I mean, look at, for example,
Councilman Dawson, to my knowledge,
Penn Center, we didn't get access on Penn Center. We didn't get access on a lot of these. On McLeod, we didn't get access on a lot of these large pieces. I mean, if you ask for public access, you're just killing the deal. They're not going to give public access. Nobody does, I don't think.
Then I'm not going to support it then.
Okay.
okay, so we will have a roll call vote on to send this back to staff and our contractor, Beaufort County Open Land Trust. Maker of the motion was Councilman Somerville. How do you vote? To send it back to staff?
Yeah, for those 1, 2, 3, 4 items.
Okay. Councilman Glover, you
Yes.
second? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Councilman Cunningham?
Yes.
Councilman Herbishon?
Yes.
Councilman Passmit?
Yes.
Councilman Dawson?
No.
Councilman Rodman?
Yes.
Councilman Lawson?
Mark Lawson, yes.
Okay, did I catch everyone? And the chairman votes yes. Okay, so it's 8-1. Okay. All right, so this will go back to staff for further discussion regarding the restrictions that the county would like or not like on the property if it goes forward. Okay, getting back to our regular agenda. We have number 13, an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of an easement encumbering property identified as R100-016-000-0199-000. And who's going to do that? Is that going to be Ms. Wilson?
Committee chair, yes, it's, I'm the lucky winner today. Jared Felix and Neil Desai could not make it.
Okay.
Many of you on the Natural Resource Committee may remember back in 2018, we were dealing with property drainage associated with Bessie's Lane and Young Circle and Chairman Dawson's district. We originally had easements associated with it. There were some holes in that coverage, and we were trying to fill in the gaps in the coverage. The Natural Resource Committee and County Council directed us to try and fill in that drainage system, which required going to condemnation. And we've actually been working on a condemnation associated with Ayers property with that parcel you mentioned that I'm just going to call, well, you didn't mention that parcel. It's parcel 006. Can Tiffany or Sarah put the map up that's associated with it?
Yes.
So when you put the map up, I'm just going to show you. So you see parcel, if you can go down a little, parcel 006, that's the one we're going to condemnation on, been condemning on. Parcel 0119, that has an easement that we already have going through it. That property owner is a relative of parcel 006. The people that we've been dealing with on the attorneys have been dealing with the condemnation have come up kind of with an agreement that if we reroute the system shown in the striped lines to going around the property there, that we can settle this condemnation. So that would require us to abandon that easement that's already there by the 0119. And this will not actually take effect until the condemnation, all the process is finalized. But we need to have county council take action to say, yes, we can abandon that easement. And that's what we're asking you to do.
Okay, thank you. Any questions before I ask for a motion? All right, entertain a motion to do this.
Mr.
right.
Chairman, we move that you accept staff's recommendation on this project.
Thank you, Councilman Dawson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilman Glover, second. And without exception, we'll go forward with this. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Sorry we kept you
Thank
so
you.
long. Okay.
Yeah, I was the lucky winner today.
All right, so now we're down to number 14, a resolution amending resolution for public access and passive recreation projects, phase 2. Miss Stephanie's going to talk to us about that.
Hello again. So this is an amendment to Resolution 2020-21, which was an amendment to Resolution 2019-49. The reason these are coming to you is because as I brought these to you in 2019 for the passive park projects, I believe I did state that as time goes on, priorities may change, and that was my best guess at the time as to where the bond funding for the 20% bond funds would be allocated to. So the first amendment to this resolution was because of a difference in some priorities for one of the properties, and it's the same with this one. There's a small change in the priorities. I have been advised by our legal department that we have a legal issue regarding access to Pinckney Point that needs to be resolved before I should continue to further plan for public access on it. So not knowing how long that may take, and also knowing that our finance department hates to have money just sit around in an account for years on end, I'd like to reallocate the funding that we originally allocated to Pinckney Point to go to 2 properties that I'm currently in a conceptual plan for that have a high interest from the public, and that is the Pine View property here on Ladies Island and the Bailey Memorial Park property, which is down in Bluffton. I will be able to have those conceptual plans finished. This funding will allow me to continue to do the civil and architect drawings for those plans. They're pretty simple, easy projects, and I should be able to start construction on them relatively soon if this reallocation goes forward.
Okay, we'll take questions. Anyone have questions about this juggling and reallocation? Anyone online?
No, I don't have any question, but
Comment?
yeah, just to refresh my memory, the Pine View concept. What's the concept for Pine View?
Sure. We are finishing up the conceptual plans. They're going to come forward to y'all probably later this year, probably October, since I'm not going to be here in September. But the general plan for both of those properties is really just a hiking, biking trail. Pine View, because there is sewer access, will have a small restroom, but both of them will have an entrance gate, a parking lot, similar to what we did at Widgeon Point. Pine View will have a little restroom. Bailey Memorial Park, some of the public feedback we got was to make sure there was golf cart parking down there for the Alljoy community. So we'll put some little spaces down there for some golf carts. So there's going to be a couple of tweaks here and there, some boardwalking, some wildlife platforms, but really just trails through the woods with some smaller amenities.
That'll be like more recreational type outing for people, biking, et cetera, and
Yes,
is there
so,
gonna be a fee for that, or is no fee?
no, sir, I don't charge any of the fees for the
You don't charge the
properties.
fees?
Yeah, not unless council directs that, but generally nature parks don't charge user fees.
One of the issues that we always had about public, about parks was maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you have built-in costs into that. I know you sold some timbers, like timbers. Is that a means for helping to maintain these public access parks and stuff?
So the timber project that I have now will help with some costs, but it is kind of a one-time deal because
the properties that we have are not large enough to continue to do full-on silviculture, as far as like rotation of pines and every 20 years having a clear cut and that kind of thing. So maintenance I do try to find partners, whether it's with the city of Beaufort, Bluffton, different departments. We do have, our public works department has the grounds crew, and I've worked with them on buying a new lawnmower so that we have a dedicated lawnmower to the passive parks. So I'm hoping to kind of continue to build the program. But these two properties, I could see having some partnerships with other departments or other municipalities to help with maintenance, or friends groups.
Let me ask a stupid question. Is there any value in a donation box at a park where people can actually donate money?
I would rather have a donation come through our website or directly to our department. When you put a donation box out on a property that is not fully staffed, you have the opportunity for vandalism and thieving.
Okay. So you need a motion, we need a motion to go
Yes,
forward?
ma'am.
Okay.
And this will go to.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chairman,
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Councilman Glover.
to redirect the funds.
To redirect the funds?
Yes.
From Picnic Point to, to Pine View and Bailey Memorial.
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Councilman Cunningham. Any exceptions? Hearing none, this will go forward to full council. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Next one's yours too.
The next two.
Okay. All right.
So, Sarah, I don't know, can you bring up the map?
We're on number 15,
Yes, ma'am.
Ocoee River Park Conceptual Master Plan Presentation.
Yes, ma'am. As you all are aware, we have a development agreement with Mr. Robert Graves regarding developing of not only his property, but also kind of planning and some details regarding development of the actual Ocoee River Park, which is the 18 acres that was purchased from Mr. Graves some time ago. This is just a presentation to you. There does not need to be a motion, but if there are any questions, comments, or any edits, I'm happy to discuss those here or at any time in the future if anybody wants to email me. We did go through 2 public input sessions. One was a survey to get an idea of, based on our definition of passive recreation, what types of activities people would like to see here. And the top 3 activities were hiking, bicycling, hiking/walking, bicycling, and kayaking. So we took those and drafted a plan, and then brought the draft plan back to the public in May of this year and said, okay, based on the activities you wanted, this is the layout we put together. We did receive some feedback from that and made a few tweaks to the plan based on that in-session feedback, and this is where we are today. So starting at the right of the property I'll move us from right to left, which is actually from south to north along the property. We will have an entrance, and this entrance, again, looks very similar to Widgeon Point. It's going to have an automatic timed gate, so the hours will be dawn to dusk. And you'll be able to come into the park from off property, park in the parking area. There are a few different areas where the trails connect to other off-property trails based on the adjacent neighbors development plan. So we'll have some connectivity to the residential and some commercial areas that are going to be off property of our site. We have some parking areas there, parking spaces there, and a few parking spaces for kayaks with trailers. This is one of the public feedback items we received. Apparently there is a contingency in the Hampton Lakes area that like to go kayaking, and they're very, very excited to be able to come here. They did request a couple spaces for having kayak trailers, because they don't put their kayaks on top of the vehicle anymore, they trailer them. So we made that little tweak to the parking area where you can come down the multi-purpose trail down to a pier and dock and access the water. And that is the closest place with the least and minimal disturbance to the salt marsh, where we could get people access to the deeper part of the creek right there. And then the multi-purpose trail traverses through the weir and dam structures that separate the south pond from the creek, crosses a small tidal area, a small tidal wetland that breaks the property in half from the south to the north end, and then connects you to a picnic pavilion. And this pavilion is probably something that's going to be similar to the size at Fort Fremont, where we can have maybe 6 to 8 picnic tables underneath, so it'll be a relatively large gathering spot for social events and family gatherings and picnics, birthday parties and whatnot. And then the trail continues on to the north, and it makes just this little loop-de-loop, so if you're in a bike, you can ride up, turn around easily, and go back down. The north stormwater pond, although it is not going to be a hardened surface trail like the multi-purpose trail, it is a stabilized surface, which is why it's in a different color. So the top of that bank is going to be a stabilized surface. So visitors will be able to, if you have the appropriate bike, or walk around the pond. And the pond does have a nice little island in it, something that we could see similar to the Port Royal cypress wetlands, where hopefully maybe some egrets or herons will start nesting, and so there'll be a nice little wildlife viewing option there. The multi-purpose trail and the parking area, everything that we're doing is going to be as pervious as possible. The only part that I know is going to be impervious is the small restroom at the entrance and the picnic pavilion itself, because they have roofs. Otherwise, the multi-purpose trail, the parking area, the parking drive will have either pervious concrete or a paved grass system or something similar.
Anyone have any questions about it? I had one question. What's the entire length of the trails about?
I believe Dan said it was 1.5 miles.
Okay.
Like down and back.
Down and back, okay. All right, so this is just for information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
And questions or comments?
Including the,
Including the stormwater pond at the north?
yeah, the
then?
stormwater pond to the north.
Does that include that?
Yes, that's, yep. You can see the stormwater pond is there on the north side, and the red dashed line, that's our property line. So you can see where the pond is, some of it's on ours and then some of it's on.
Right, but is 1.5 miles inclusive of that area as well?
Oh, no, it does not include that. So that's probably another like 1/4 mile around the pond.
Very nice, very
Are you
nice.
gonna put a mileage sign up?
We can.
Yeah, please,
We can.
please, thank you. Yeah. And it's, what will be ADA accessible? All of it, or just?
So the entire multi-purpose trail, the trail around the pond may or may not be, depending on how it's constructed. It has its own separate permitting and designing, like our stormwater folks have been.
It'd be good to have it, ADA.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Very nice. Anyone else have any comments? Thank you. Okay. And now the next one is contract approval in the amount of $149,350 for phase 2 for the park.
So as per the development agreement, we were working with Mr. Graves's engineering team in order to have continuity between our park plan and their development plan, so everything would line up and mesh well when the final plans come out. To that end, we hired Dan Kiefer to do, Whitmer Jones Kiefer to do the conceptual plan. So they have provided us a proposal to do the phase 2 part of planning services, which is actually the civil and architect drawings and the construction documents and all the specs and the scope, and to help us with construction oversight and all that good stuff. We also are going to have our capital projects manager, Andrea Atherton, assist with the oversight of the project to make sure the project is being built according to our plans. So that contract is for that $149,350 to do all of the continuing planning and construction oversight.
And that includes the $50,000 donation, or is that plus
Yes,
the
the
$50,000?
$50,000 donation from Mr. Graves will be used towards this contract. We've already used some of it for the conceptual planning, but that in its entirety will be used towards the planning services, and so we're roughly spending about 90 grand.
Any questions before we make a motion? None? Okay, we need a motion for approval to go forward with this. And it has to go to full council, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Dollar amount.
I don't think so. 149,000?
None?
What's the cutoff to go to council? I'm thinking is it 100,000?
I thought it was 100.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
it
has
is
to go-
100,000.
Okay.
All right, so it has to go to full council.
Yes, ma'am.
To hear a motion to go forward with this?
I'll make the motion.
All right, Chairman Bassman made the motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right, Councilman Glover second. All right, without exception, this will go forward to council.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Okay, next, number 17, the Coastal Resilience Overlay District Ordinance, amendment to section 3.4.9 of the Community Development Code to require real estate disclosure when property is transferred in low-lying areas. And Mr. you're going to present, right, Mr.
Yes.
Merchant? Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to present. This item and the next item, the Coastal Resilience Overlay and the Fill Ordinance, are two recommendations. They originated in the Ladies Island Plan, so it's been about 2 years. So that was a plan simply for Ladies Island, but they made two recommendations that once staff started to look at what it would look like to implement them, we realized that these had county-wide implications. And also that they looked like they needed some pretty specific study to make sure we were doing them the right way. So we put together a sea level rise task force made up of planners, both county and municipal, experts in the field of environmental protection, engineers, representatives from the development community, and we also had assistance from South Carolina Sea Grant Consortium, and looked at the implications of sea level rise in Beaufort County and how to address these two items. After careful consideration, we put together two draft ordinances. I don't know if you remember, but at the December Natural Resources Committee, we came forward as an informational item. And this one in particular, the Coastal Resilience Overlay, that got the attention of the real estate community. And at that time, we realized that we had not thoroughly, spoke with the realtors. And so we met with them 3 separate times. We met with them at their January annual meetings. They have a joint meeting then in March and then in May. And they really brought up a lot of good points. As you could imagine, since this particular ordinance deals specifically with disclosure when property is transferred, they were very interested. And I would say also, it's going to be a challenge to them. So there was a lot of opposition early on. I don't know that anyone is endorsing it, but I believe that we've addressed their concerns for the most part. One of the things that we did is that this particular ordinance applies to a very specific area.
Which one?
The map, I had a PowerPoint with 2 maps.
This one?
Yeah, that one. So this particular ordinance applies to, on the new FEMA flood maps, an area known as Zone X shaded. I can't think of any other better way to describe it. That's how they describe it on the maps. And it is basically the 500-year floodplain. So on this map, this is the greater Beaufort area, or where we are right now. Orange is Zone X. That's there are flood risks, but it's outside of the 100 and 500-year floodplain. The pink area is the special flood hazard area. Those are the areas where property owners are required to buy FEMA flood insurance. Structures have to meet base flood elevation plus freeboard when they're built. But the area in between, that's the gray on this map, is Zone X shaded. And this represents a particular area that we thought was important to provide notification to property owners, because the perception may be that since they are not in the special flood hazard area, that they're clear and that there are no risks. But there are still risks outside of that area. And due to sea level rise, it may be during the lifetime or the investments that they're making in a property that those risks are going to increase in the future. And so we felt as staff that this was an area to target, that Zone X shaded, because those are the people who are, I would say, if sea level is rising, they're next in line for where future FEMA floodplain may be.
Just to clarify, the gray areas on this map, am I looking at that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I realize it's a little hard to read because the way the flood maps, the floodplain or the special flood hazard area in the pink applies also to the marsh. But if you look at the Point neighborhood in Beaufort, you could see that there are properties that are definitely within the special flood hazard area, but then there are a lot of properties that are in that gray area. And that's a low-lying neighborhood, I think that many of us are familiar with. I also have a map of the Bluffton area. If you can go to the next slide. And this is a little bit hard to read, but the town of Bluffton itself, the old town, hence its name Bluff, I mean, it is pretty much in the clear. But as you go south of there toward the All Joy, Brighton Beach area, yeah, that's probably good enough the way it is. Okay. But you get into the pink areas, the special flood hazard area. There are some of the gray areas that are a little bit harder to read on this map. But I guess the point is we're targeting a very specific area. And I wanted to address some of the concerns that we had heard in talking to the realtors. And I know that that was brought up in public comment. But the first thing is that there is pretty good notification for people who are in the special flood hazard area. When you buy property and you have to buy FEMA flood insurance, that is fairly thorough, that notification during the purchase process and during the real estate transaction. But other than that, there is a form that requires disclosure, and there's simply one box to check, whether or not you're in a flood hazard area. Well, all of Beaufort County is in the flood hazard area, so that's not very specific. There's also disclosure for past flooding of properties, but what this does is this points to an area where there is likely future risk. So we feel that this is complementing the notification that is already occurring during real estate transactions. But also, from speaking to floodplain managers, we also spoke with the state floodplain manager. They value redundancy, as someone said during the public comment period. The point is getting the word out about flood risks. And so if there is redundancy, we feel that this is good redundancy, and it also highlights a very specific area, the specific risk. That's basically, the other issue that came up, we actually corrected when this went to Planning Commission. This is not, the wording does not say at closing, but it says during the transaction, because we realize this is not the kind of information you want appearing as, when somebody's signing the final papers when property is transferred and become a reason for somebody to back out. This is something that would be provided when somebody enters into a contract. And basically what this would do is, it would basically, we would require, that notification to occur during the transaction of property. And I'm trying to see if I've covered everything here before we go to questions. Well, I'll answer everything else, when we get to discussion and questions.
Okay, let's open it up for questions.
Okay.
Anyone?
On the
Go ahead,
map's going,
Councilman Summerville.
but they're saying the difference between the gray and the pink currently is what? Currently,
The pink, and I'm trying to remember, was the pink okay, the pink is the special flood hazard area.
Right.
That is the 100-year floodplain where you're currently, if you live in that area, you're required to get FEMA flood insurance.
right.
And new houses have to be built to base flood elevation plus freeboard.
Okay.
And the gray area is an area that is on the map and that is listed as having between a 100 and 500-year flood risk, but there's no additional requirements. However, and I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this, one of the things that we're recommending or we're providing in the statement is, to let people know that just because you're not in the special flood hazard area doesn't mean that you can't buy flood insurance. You can get it at a much lower rate through private insurance rather than through FEMA. And so the part of it is just making people aware of that. And I kind of use my own anecdote is when I bought my house, and this was a while back, I was speaking to, getting the homeowners policy put together and working in a planning office. There was a map right outside my office door that showed earthquake risk in coastal South Carolina. And apparently, historically, we've been hit with earthquakes before, and they were asking about an earthquake. Did I want an earthquake rider, for the policy? And that map, conveyed that information to me, and I said yes, and it wasn't that much more. But I think it's just, any bit where we can provide help and inform property owners, that it is worth the extra dollars to have this coverage, that we think that this is something that, is for the better good and something that we should be doing as a county.
Any other questions? I don't see anyone online raising their hand. I had a question that was brought up by comments by the real estate. What if you're doing a owner selling their own property? How would the disclosure be handled? Say you're not going through a real estate agent.
Yeah, and that may be a little more difficult with enforcement, because right now we will then working with the boards of realtors to make sure we get the word out and we get the proper notification statements. When property is transferred, typically people will have a lawyer, so we could also speak to attorneys that specialize in real estate transfers. But, unfortunately, it's not
it's not fail-proof.
Yeah.
It could happen. Okay. Any other questions? No? All right. So do you want to talk, we need to talk about if we need a motion to go forward to pass this on to full council? Anyone like to make a motion whether to forward this or not? I think we're all a little punchy.
I'll make it.
All right. Councilman Somerville makes a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll make the second.
All right, Chairman Passman. All right. Any exception to send it forward to full council? I think a lot of work was done on this. I'd just like to comment on that between different groups that had a real interest in it. Is it perfect? I don't know. It's getting there. It's pretty close. So I would encourage everyone to read it and think about it carefully that's on county council before we take the next step. All right. So this.
Sheba, I'd like to comment on what you just said. Maybe we're not there yet. Oh, I'll wait.
Okay. All right. The next one is.
Madam Chair, can we have a roll call vote on that, please?
Yes, certainly. Sorry. Did you have any comments, Councilman Herbershine, or are you just ready to vote?
No comments. I'm just ready to vote and intend to vote now.
Okay. The motion was made by Councilman Somerville. How do you vote?
Yes.
And Councilman Glover? We're doing a roll call vote.
Oh, yes.
All right. Councilman Dawson,
Yes.
Councilman Cunningham,
Yes.
Councilman Herbershine.
No.
All right, Chairman Passmont.
Yes.
Is Councilman Larson still on? Mark, is he gone? Okay. So that leaves me as chairman, and I'm sorry, Councilman Dawson? I thought he voted.
He voted yes.
You voted yes, yes.
Rodman might be on.
Councilman Rodman, are you on? I don't see him.
Okay.
Okay. And the chairman votes yes. So it was a 5-1 vote. Okay. This will go on to full council. The next item is the fill ordinance amendment to the CDC
Yes.
to limit fill in low-lying areas.
Okay, this is another recommendation out of the Ladies Island Plan that required, I would say, a lot of study, and so we also had that same task force look at this project, and we brought in the same input in that process. We did have a lot of good input from home builders and from one particular surveyor who I think has seen every bizarre configuration that they deal with in day-to-day development in Beaufort County. So we were able to really kind of look at the implications of this. The intent of this is to limit fill in low-lying areas. And because this initiated on Ladies Island, the particular development that I think triggered this was the Walmart that's over, located just east of the airport. That site was about 6 or 7 feet above sea level and required quite a bit of fill in order to bring it up to base flood elevation. I've heard the estimate about 25,000 truckloads. And that really, the effect of that was to really alter the landscape. And there was a lot of concerns about, we do have good standards for stormwater and preventing flooding of neighboring properties, but something of this scale may have implications beyond what we can anticipate, just with looking at the stormwater and runoff, and also the environmental impact of altering our floodplain to that degree. So the request was made to look at this, at an ordinance that would limit fill. This is actually something that is done quite frequently in floodplain ordinances. It is not in ours currently in this particular area that this applies to. We do require it in the velocity zone, for areas like along the beach. There's limitations of fill, but not in the FEMA special flood hazard area, and that's where this would apply. What it would do is limit fill to a maximum of 3 feet, for properties developing in these low-lying areas. We did look at exceptions. One is a single-family residential development on existing lots of record. So we did not want this to, adversely impact somebody who's just simply wanting to build a single-family house on a lot that is already subdivided. It would be exempt for agriculture and property maintenance, and then also for public roads and public infrastructure, because there may be necessity to bring in fill for those projects. So we would limit it to 3 feet. And also, if a lot was 20 acres or more, it would limit the amount of fill brought into that property to not to exceed 33% of the area. What this would do is really limit the large-scale commercial development or development of large-scale buildings on properties that most likely shouldn't be developed at that intensity. It doesn't limit development entirely. It just means that someone would have to come up with another way to bring the building up to base flood elevation plus freeboard. So smaller scale buildings could be located on pilings or a foundation, without having the need to bring in fill on the property. The way the ordinance is written, we believe that this really targets the type of development that we're trying to limit, things that are large, with a large building footprint, like the Walmart that came in. We really wanted to limit the amount of, I would say, unintended consequences for, people just trying to build a house. I think we have enough experience in our office of, ordinances with good intentions getting in the way of people just trying to, develop their property. And we really felt that the major intent of this was the larger scale buildings. It would apply to new subdivisions. So if we had someone who wanted to build a single family subdivision in a low-lying area, it would limit the amount of fill that they would, be able to bring on that property. Which is something, when you talk about fill, not only are you altering the landscape, it also means the loss of trees because, you can't save trees on a lot when you're basically burying the roots. It also, when we look at the impacts of sea level rise, one of the concerns are areas of marsh migration. So, when you bring up a property and if the marsh, if you wanted to migrate onto higher ground, it wouldn't do that because you're basically, raising the area out of the floodplain. So there's a lot of good, both environmental and public safety reasons that we're moving forward with this. And so any questions, I'd be willing to answer.
I have a question, but I'll open it up to others first. Anyone have questions? Anyone?
Comment.
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, I like this because I don't know how many calls I've gotten from my constituents where somebody builds a house next door to them and elevates it, and all of a sudden they have a lake in their yard.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether 3 feet is enough, but anyway, I certainly support this.
Councilman Cunningham?
Yeah, I actually, I'm not a fan of this, with all respect. Walmart provided a ton of jobs for Beaufort County, more than just inside that building. I think other projects like that could run into the same problem when we start putting these limitations on. 3 feet for houses is also not, 3 feet to lift a house limitation is not that much, especially when you talk about the way Bluffton's growing currently. I think this puts a lot of limitations, and then we've already put a lot of limitations on our builders recently with impact fees along those lines, school impact fees. I'm going to oppose it. I do think that's getting into things that we shouldn't be meddling in ourselves. So I am going to oppose that with all due respect.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I had a question. Now, it doesn't, so only new single-family residential development would apply, like a subdivision, correct? Yeah. But say I own a lot that I can split into 2 lots, I could.
It would not apply, single-family residential development on existing lots of record are exempt.
Okay, all right. Town of Port Royal, have they passed this?
No, actually, they're following very closely what we do.
Is it worded similar?
Yeah, they got to, I believe, first reading.
Okay.
And at that point, that was the old version before, we really sat down and looked at some of the issues that we were,
In City of Beaufort, do they?
The City of Beaufort adopted this as part of their new flood ordinance that they adopted in March. And so their limitations on fill
Are in their flood.
Yeah.
Is it similar to?
Yeah, theirs doesn't have, well, I'll have to double check. I believe that theirs doesn't specify the 3 feet. And it does leave some exception for, the director and, if the developer can make a case, with an engineer that this would not have any adverse impacts, there are some exceptions that can be provided.
And just so people know, the Walmart on Ladies Island is actually in the City of Beaufort. Yeah, okay. We will have a roll call vote, but we need a motion from someone to take this forward or not. Okay. Councilman Somerville made a motion to move it forward. Councilman Glover is the second. Okay. Councilman Somerville, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Councilman Glover?
Yes.
And Councilman Cunningham?
No.
Okay. Councilman Herbershine?
Yes.
All right. Chairman Passmont?
Yes.
And Councilman Dawson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So this will go forward with a vote of 6-1. Thank you. All right. Text amendment regarding parking standards, off-site premise parking to provide additional flexibility. Number 19. And I think you're going to tag team this one, or is?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Okay.
This relates to the agreement that we have with the Myrtle Park property that's being built right behind our office complex there. If you recall, some times ago, we entered into an agreement with someone to develop that property. We had the previous county administrator authorized the folks to use 70 spaces on the county property where the county Myrtle Park office, non-exclusively, meaning if they're available and they need parking, people can park there. But that didn't meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance for us to be able to count those parking spaces on our property for that adjacent use, because the current zoning ordinance says, or the current community development code ordinance says, that in order for them to get relief on having a shared parking agreement, there has to be an easement granting exclusive use of those parking spaces that has to be recorded. I've never encountered that in my career in a zoning ordinance. Usually it's just an agreement that is entered into between the parties, and you get the right to use whatever spaces are available up to that number on an adjacent piece of property. So this amendment will do away with the requirement that it has to be an easement and that it has to be recorded at the court's office. And it gets away from it being an exclusive use of those 70 parking spaces for that adjacent property owner.
So someone else, if that could use those spaces.
Yeah, anybody could use them under what we're proposing. And if you think about it, it doesn't really make sense to have that requirement in a zoning code, because very seldom are you going to find somebody to say, hey, I built these parking spaces on my property, but I'm just going to go ahead and grant you an easement to use them forevermore, and I won't ever get to use them again or count them toward my use. So it doesn't make any sense to have that in the CDC. So what we're proposing is going back to the language that was in the Zoning and Development Standards Ordinance here in Beaufort County prior to the adoption of the CDC in 2014. So.
Anyone have questions? This is in Mark Larson's district, right?
Myrtle Park is, but this is countywide. It would apply to any shared parking agreement across the county. So.
This would address the problem with on our economic development team, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It would.
Any other questions? No? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to make this change.
So moved.
All right, Councilman Cunningham made the motion.
Second.
Councilman Somerville second. All right, without exception. Okay. Something that during public comment, Councilman Cunningham, this isn't, he wanted to make a comment. I don't know if you want to do it now or at the very end of the meeting. The people you are addressing aren't here, but
Yeah,
they
none of
might be
them
watching.
are actually here anymore. But I got a lot of calls from the real estate association. I'm not sure how my number got out, but it's my personal number that everyone was calling. I will not return those calls on my personal number or personal email or Facebook page. I always tell people that. I post it once every 2 weeks online to make sure. But for those of you that do need my information, my county email is posted online. My county phone number, you're more than welcome to call. It's 843-986-4772. I promise I wasn't ignoring your calls. I just will not use my personal phone for that information. So my contact information is out there if you need to get a hold of me. I just ask that you use that for future reference.
Thank you. I'm sorry we
No, it's all
didn't
good.
get this in earlier today, but hopefully people are watching it from home and we'll use that number to contact you. Number 21 is appointment of Thomas Murray to Rural and Critical Lands Board, a recommendation. Oh, did we skip
miss
one? Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. Number 20.
Skip 20.
Yeah. Oh, I apologize. 3.09 acres of property located, how do you say that? Zim?
I've been pronouncing it Zem Lane.
Zim Lane, 24 Zim Lane, from S1 Industrial to C3 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Okay.
Okay. As you said, this is a rezoning of about a 3-acre parcel located basically at the intersection of Laurel Bay Road and Bay Pines Road. From current zoning is S1 Industrial, and the proposed zoning is C3 Neighborhood Mixed Use. Again, we have a real quick drone footage of the property just to kind of give you some orientation here. That could be anywhere in Beaufort County.
Lots of
But
trees.
it's wooded. You can see behind it, I think there's a lay-down yard. There's some industrial land behind, but that was land that the county just recently rezoned, I think last fall, to C4. There's somebody who is interested in developing low-income housing tax credit housing in that area. So this is looking at going above Laurel Bay Road. There's a frontage road, so this wooded area is the property, and I think you can sort of see behind is some light industrial property, and then going east, there's some single-family houses. So, rezoning this to C3 would allow the buyer of the property to develop single-family houses on this property, similar to what you see just to the east of the property. Currently, S1 industrial does not allow single-family houses. And so we've seen this several times in the past where someone was zoned industrial, certainly had the right to develop as industrial, but all they were interested in doing is, developing a single-family house. And so they've come in for rezoning. In this particular case, if you could bring up the map, I think that this also helps the map make sense a little more, because 6 months ago, the neighboring properties were rezoned. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But you have the map in the packet.
We had the map
And
in
if
the
you look
packet
at the
that showed the-
existing, this, because of the rezoning that was made last fall, this S1 light industrial property was kind of rendered, isolated. And so if the property to the north of it develops as multifamily and you have single family next to it, it makes sense for it to go one way or the other and not have light industrial. So, for both of those reasons, staff supports a change. We do have the applicant here if you have any questions for them as well. So she's been very patient.
Very patient. The property that's C4 is on Bay Pines and Laurel Bay intersect, is that right? I think it
Yes.
looks like from the map.
Yeah, it's kind of
Okay.
an unusual shaped property,
But
but
that's going to be residential's yeah.
yes. And as far as I'm aware, there's an active application for low-income housing tax credits, even though right now, if you look at an aerial or visit the site, it's still the original, light industrial use that was back there.
Okay, anybody have any questions about the rezoning? Is this in, whose
This is
district?
like a down zoning
Yeah.
versus an up zoning.
Technically, it would be a down zoning.
It's a down zoning.
But, it is, I would say, certainly an upzoning for the person who wants to build a house, so.
Do we have any questions is this in Councilman Dawson's district?
I believe so.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Dawson.
I move for approval.
Okay, I have a second, please.
I'll second.
Councilman Glover. Okay, and thank you for the patience of the owner of the property for being here. And without any exception, this will go forward for the rezoning. And thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'm sorry I skipped that. Let's go to the number 21 now, the appointment of Thomas Murray to Rural and Critical Lands Preservation Board, District 6. This is Chairman Passament's district. Do I hear a motion?
I will happily make that motion.
Do I have a
I'll second
second? All right, Councilman Glover. Without exception, this will be moved forward to nominate Thomas Murray to the Rural and Critical Lands Preservation Board. Very briefly, we have some vacancies. We have one pending in District 6 for Rural and Critical Lands. We have a vacancy on the Planning Commission for Southern Beaufort County, a vacancy for St. Helena Island on the Historic Preservation Review Board. Councilman Glover, and then we have a person who's moving from one district to another, and that will take some conference between Councilman Cunningham, he's moving from Councilman Herbershon's district to live in Councilman Cunningham's district. So if the two of y'all would talk about that and see if that's what you would like to do. He is currently on the Rural and Critical Lands Board and has been serving. And then we have 2 vacancies on the Southern Beaufort County Corridor Beautification Board, one for District 9 and one for the town of Bluffton. Is there any other business?
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
I don't know, the Historical Preservation Review Board, there is one application there now.
Do you know the person? Have you had time to?
No, I don't know the person. I think the person is actually in Paul Somerville district.
Okay.
So I don't know whether Paul, you had a chance to.
You had a chance to look at that one, Councilman Somerville? The application for the Historic Preservation Board?
Remember, I emailed you, Paul, about this person.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to know whether you have maybe touched base with, I don't know the person, but the person has applied and is the only one. But I don't know whether you want to touch base with that. I think he's in your district.
Yeah, I will. I haven't, but I will. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
well, we'll take it up at
Make a note of that.
next meeting.
Yeah,
Get it done. Okay. All right, any other business? I'm checking with staff. No? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and this meeting is adjourned.